All right, and we're live. Welcome, folks. We're back. Hope you didn't miss me for like an entire week. I talked about it on the Discord, but since I only talk about like stream updates over there, most of you all have probably missed it. But yeah, last week I just had a horrible sleep disorder week, basically. Yeah. It caught me like a really bad cycle where I was like essentially like, you know, like switching schedules from day to day, and it was a big mess. So yeah, I couldn't do any streams apart from the one on Monday. I tried to, but every time it just fell in like at a moment where I was either super exhausted from not having slept for like 24 hours, or I was in the middle of sleeping. So yeah, that's what y'all get for watching a streamer with sleep disorder. Oh damn, is Twitch acting up? Okay, so Rose and Stephanie are not getting video or audio. On my end, everything looks fine. So if I were to hazard a guess, it's probably on Twitch's end, but this only seems to affect a few people, because otherwise people seem to see me all right. Might be a mobile thing, yeah. If you two are on mobile. And hey, Cryptid, thank you so much for the resub. The second month, thank you so much. And Santiago, Punching Donuts, and Noobstar, welcome folks. Rose is on laptop. Then weird that only some people are getting that. Unstable connection, might be that. Connection is same as usual on my end. In fact, I can only see my own end, so. Thank you, Donuts. I really appreciate that. So I figured I had a few different things that we could do today, but I figured I really want to get like this new part of Megalomorpha like actually finished. And I'm still like at a bit of a crossroads with it, where I have the basic concept, but I don't have like the specific story to go with it as much. Like we have one main picture. Essentially, we actually have two pictures, but one like main one. And we need to do like the other pictures. Hey, thank you, Steely. Yeah, I want to do the other pictures today, hopefully, and figure out the rest of the story. So we'll kind of go through different ideas. And also do a bit of catch up, because yeah, it's been a week. Twitter seems to be imploding at the moment, which is fun. But yeah, after a bit of catch up, it is bug time. And Fish13, thank you for the follow. So yeah, we'll come back to Megalomorpha in a minute. On other personal updates, Cat is still here, but you'll probably only see him. This is probably the last stream you might see him. He's currently sleeping. I'm not gonna wake him up because he's gonna go crazy. But you'll probably see him at some point during the stream. He'll probably wake up and start like, you know, doing mischief as usual. Yesterday he finally, was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday he finally managed to take this thing down. So I was out of the room for like a moment, and then I suddenly hear a big crash. So he jumped on top of this where the cacti are, and then tried to jump on top of this one, and obviously it's very narrow, so it fell down, and it fell on a wall, and it broke one of the you can see a little corner of one of those there, one of the little foam sound things, and it like chipped off a little bit of the wall, which is annoying because I'm renting this. So yeah, this cat is causing mischief. Agent of Chaos. Yeah, currently sleeping like a little angel, but at some point he'll wake up and we might see more chaos, mischief, etc. Yeah, he just wants to get on the highest part of the room always. So obviously this little narrow thing is pretty tall, so he always wants to get on top, but obviously it's so narrow that if he jumps on it, he'll just like topple it. So yeah, I knew it would happen eventually. I just didn't catch him in the act because I was just outside of the room. A little angel of chaos indeed. But yeah, he's still here. He'll be leaving probably tomorrow, maybe the day after. But if it's the day after, it'll probably be there in the morning and stuff. So yeah, this is going to be the last stream where you see little Morty. So yeah, I haven't gone. I didn't get a lot done last week, honestly, with this whole sleep thing. Not on stream, not outside of stream. Obviously not on stream because I did not stream. But not outside of stream either. I've been very getting rusty on Photoshop, I guess. So we'll see if we can catch back up today. Not that a week of not doing a lot of Photoshop will really rust my skills, but still. And yeah, what other updates? Oh yeah, Twitter's dying apparently. I mean, Elon Musk bought Twitter and is now making a mess of it, and a lot of people are leaving. So yeah, made it way more obvious than ever that I should be kind of mixing it up and not only focusing on Twitter, which you guys know if you follow me, if you've heard me talk about this kind of thing in the past. I'm a big proponent of not having all your eggs in one basket, not only focusing on something. If you do like content online, if you're an artist or anything else, I try to, diversify a little. So it's one of the reasons I do streams, right? It's helps me work, helps me concentrate and stuff, helps me get a lot more art done, but also it's a way to not only be in a single platform, to not only depend on a single platform. So I have, like, for me streaming, I'm right now I'm really thankful I have this as an option, because if Twitter like died in a week, I would just focus on streaming a ton and stream a lot more, and hopefully go that way a little bit more. Like just go wherever I can, scurry away like a rat from a sinking ship. Creative personality seems to come with chaos for a lot of people, definitely for me. Did you get banned by insulting Elon? Literally 1984. Yeah, he free speech absolutist until they start making fun of him. Also, hold on, how many follows did I miss? Fish13, did I thank you? Keiko Rain, Armando, and Glitchy Not Found. Or probably Armando in Spanish, if I were to guess. Thank you guys for the follows. I've said worst student got a 12-hour ban. Yeah, Elon is a little kid. Throwing a temper tantrum, definitely. Let's bully Elon. We can bully Elon all we want in this platform. And this platform is Jeff's, so we can bully the other, like we can use each platform to bully the other billionaire, so they can't do anything like in the other one. So we can use this platform to bully Elon, and we can use Twitter to bully Bezos. Yeah, it's a weird meltdown. I think a lot of it is just like people getting scared more than an actual like people actually leaving. I think most people are staying on Twitter, but are looking into other places, kind of like just looking around to see where they could go. A lot of people have left, but not a huge number that I've seen. Just like checking stats and stuff. It's a little bit hard to gather because that goes like, if I had posted nothing over the past few days and I just saw like the number of followers and like, you know, social blade or whatever, and I just saw them, I would probably see them go down overall. But since I posted stuff, it kind of, you know, counteracts that. So there's probably been a bit of an exodus, a bit of people deactivating their accounts, a lot of people leaving without deactivating their accounts, which you wouldn't really see in the numbers. And most people are just like staying and seeing what happens, kind of like staying on the sinking ship for a little while longer. So yeah, I can only hope it doesn't go down too fast, because I make a living on Twitter. I mean, it's not, I don't make a living directly through Twitter, but it's, you know, all my clients have found me through Twitter, and it's where I advertise my Patreon and where I get people to sign up for that, and that's where I make my living. So that's like the two biggest source of income for me. So yeah, let's just hope it doesn't die too quickly, so we have time to readjust, go to other places, reorganize somewhere else, and you know, we'll see. We'll adapt. I'll probably take a hit on my income though, which sucks, and I don't appreciate Elon for that. Change your platform always brings an uproar. Yeah, we'll see, honestly. Oh, the music thing is off. There we go. Is the experience of having a shitty mod who's dragging the whole site down with him? Yeah, to be honest, it just started. He hasn't really enacted anything, so he's the only thing that he said he's gonna enact is the verification for money thing, which for now is being a lot of talk, and he said he would do it today on Monday, and now he's postponing it. So it seems like, you know, that Elon Musk is like all talk, and then he just follows up on like a small portion, a really like toned down version of that big talk he did. So there's probably going to be something verification if you pay, but he's probably still going to keep, if I were to assume, he's probably still going to keep some sort of like verification to tell who's who, like an actual, like kind of the old badge is going to turn into something new or something like that. There's probably going to be a little bit of a switcheroo, and yeah, as long as he keeps the chronological feed, I don't mind he changes the algorithm, because I don't care about the algorithm that much anyway. Hey, KL Clips, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm on Twitch. I stream every, well, not last week, but I stream 3 times a week usually. The easiest thing is to see where the furries and sex workers go. To be honest, that's smart, Sora. That's actually like a good point. Hey, Pyro. So I'm catching up with chat. Hey, Whitney. Is the stream still not working for you, Rose? Well, I guess it doesn't matter much if I'm asking, since the stream is not working for you. So yeah, we'll see where people migrate. I'm kind of hedging my bets for now. You know, I'm on here, always been. I just opened a Tumblr, which you might have seen on Twitter. It's been fun. I haven't been on Tumblr for like more than 5 years. I don't know the year I left that place, but I stopped like actually using it. But it might have been like 2013, 2014, something like that. So yeah, I brought back, since I still had the Valdevia username on an old blog that essentially just had some old art. I cleaned that up and reused it. So now I have I have an actual blog on Tumblr for the first time in so many years, and it's been fun. Tumblr is a cool platform. I wish it was more popular than it is, though. It feels like, you know, it has all it needs to have. It just doesn't have enough people. And at the end of the day, as cool as it is to go to the like nicest platform, the best, like as an artist, you have to go where people are, not where you want to go, in a way. So I'll move where, if Twitter doesn't work out, I'll move wherever people go. So yeah, do get Tumblrs if that sounds like interesting to you, and if you're looking for alternatives. And if you go to Tumblr, I'll drop a link in the chat to my Tumblr accounts. It's Valdevia, but yeah, easy to find. But there you go, you got a link in the chat. And I essentially pose like way more casual over there. It's just, you know, much chiller vibes. I got my asks open, and I try to reply to most people if I have something to say. Like sometimes it's just people saying hi. So if you have any questions, put them on there, and I'll try to get to them. I've also posted a piece of fan art that I'm probably never gonna post to Twitter. People seem to like that too. I have one request of you regarding Tumblr. There isn't many great artist platforms, in all honesty. True, you gotta adapt. At the end of the day, social media isn't made for art per se, so you kind of have to make do. Everyone matured when the weirdos left to Twitter. I mean, in a way, but I think it's just being mature just because people grew up. Because in 2014, those same people were teenagers. So there's a lot of actual maturing, I think, too. Having a boomer moment with Val and everyone who's getting a Tumblr account now. What's up? Don't be Vincent van Gogh, who didn't find it public and couldn't make a living when alive, kept following his own thing a bit too much. I mean, he you know, he followed his own inspiration wherever it took him, and it's sad that he never found like an audience while alive. Also, it was a completely different, like, you get a Van Gogh in the current like time and climate. And who knows, maybe Van Gogh would be super popular on Twitter. I would certainly hope so. I think that's what, you know, the internet has given us, is a huge like democratization of art, where everybody can just go and enjoy art. You don't have to go to a special place, or you don't have to like go through gatekeepers to share your art to the world. So you can be as weird as you want. You can be as niche as you want, and as long as people like it, it'll find its place, which is great. It's incredible if you think about it. I've never had to go through the traditional art space. I've never had to put my, you know, do art shows or this type of thing, which is, you know, it's something that would be unthinkable not so long ago. For the love of God, please put the username instead of the www. What do you mean? Like when you share the blog? Like instead of doing tumblr.com/Valdevia, doing valdevia.tumblr.com? Is that what you mean? I don't know. I'm not that savvy on Tumblr. Is that what people usually do? Then I'll post the correct link then. You get COVID, Rose. I hope you recover quick. I hope it's It's a chill one. As much as it can be. Remember Tumblr created an account like 11 years ago? Never thought I would need it. Thanks, Elon. Well, maybe now you can bring it back. Hey, Squall. New mod? Yeah, Squall has a mod on the Discord. The mods on the Discord are also mods on the stream. Also, I'm super behind on chat, which is why you might see me reply to things super late. Try to scroll through everything. My only warning about Tumblr: what you post will remain on the internet the moment someone else reblogs it. Oh, okay, yeah. So then the reblog, like, if I delete something but somebody else has reblogged it, like it's still visible on their blog. Does that make sense? Look at the difference in overlay. Yeah, I know it's like one is like inside Tumblr and the other is just your blog. I know it's different, but I don't know if the adequate for which one you should share. If something you make ever blows up dramatically on Tumblr, you'll never be able to escape it ever. You think you should be a mod? You know that's responsibility though, right? Being a mod is as much of a curse as it is a blessing. Okay, so the username first is preferred. Good to know. Thank you. But yeah, anyway, check it out if you feel like it. If you got a Tumblr account and trying to like just grow a little bit on there, you know, trying to redirect people from Twitter to there, just in case shit goes down. At least there's like something. Apart from Instagram, which I absolutely hate with a passion. I want to have something apart from Instagram, because if Twitter, like obviously Twitter's not going to get deleted or anything, just people leaving and kind of things slowly getting less and less traction. But unless it gets so in debt that you just have to shut it down, but that's probably a little ways off anyway. But yeah, I'd like to, at least before shit starts to go down, have like a little base somewhere else so I can escape there if needed. It at least brings me a little peace of mind. Music history, harder now to become a great composer. True, but you have a lot more like interesting independent like composers and musicians. Like you can just have a laptop and be like produce music on your own with some like basic tools, which is amazing. So you may not have like your, I don't know, Beethoven's or however you pronounce his name in English. You can have 1,000 cooler and interesting small artists. I think Tumblr is in a great place right now to bring back, like if they play their cards well and they up their servers a little bit, because they've just yesterday it went down for an hour or so, just when I was posting something. And yeah, if they manage to take the influx well and you know, play their cards well, they could really benefit from Twitter going to hell. Tumblr people will always find a way to relate anything back to Homestuck. Oh god, Homestuck. Still nowadays? I think Rose is confused because you said Rose in the message right before, so right. In any case, let's get to today's actual topic, which is Megalomorpha. As you know, I've been like working on this on and off for some time, but I was mostly stuck on the writing part of it. Let me put this here. I won't put it on the big screen yet, because first we gotta figure out what to do. But you might have seen me work on this back in August. I did the first pass. Then more recently I did a second pass on this image where I like completely revamped the design because I wasn't happy with the design of the fly here. And the idea is it's a fly megalomorpha and it lives in a tower in modern day Iran, where it's, well, obviously it doesn't take place in modern day. It would be I think it was still called Iran back then. Yeah, like early 20th century Iran, or even late 19th. I think it's late 19th actually. Yeah. They, in Iran, even nowadays, people practice Zoroastrianism, which is really, really old religion. And this religion, death is seen as something unclean that shouldn't like come in contact with Earth or people or the world at large. So they have really interesting rites around death and burial. Instead of burying people in the ground, which they do more nowadays, but back in the day, they used to let vultures feed on the dead, and they would build these structures called, in English, really cool name, Towers of Silence, where they would lay their dead, sometimes weigh them down, and let the vultures feed on them, so that they would eat the flesh and the bones would go into a pit in the middle. And there's kind of a take on that without being directly tied to Zoroastrianism. I don't want to turn, because Zoroastrianism is not like an ancient dead religion. People are still practicing it nowadays. So I kind of want to make like Zoroastrianism-ish, kind of like an evil version. If Christianity has Satanists or had Satanists, this would be like kind of that version of Zoroastrianism, where instead of adoring the main god of Zoroastrianism, they go for the evil one, who kind of represents this whole concept of death. And they've all been brainwashed into like essentially switching their religion upside down by this fly megalomorpha. Obviously, megalomorpha doesn't have a concept, that they don't have a concept of religion per se, but they manipulate people, and they'll kind of use their preconceived culture, religion, and beliefs and kind of warp them into whatever they want. So in this case, this fly megalomorpha just came in. Obviously, it's a fly, so it feeds on dead things. It came into this community of Zoroastrians and warped their whole belief system to, work around her life cycle. So let me catch up with chat. It's been Homestuck talk. My god. I know nothing about Homestuck either. Like, I read a little bit of it. It never really caught my interest too much. Didn't get too far. If bug-eating animals somehow manage to eat megalomorphed bugs, are megalomorpha really bugs, though? I'll let you decide that. Okay, so this one essentially, the concept I had behind it is it's kind of like a living ossuary. Hold on, I forgot how to pronounce that. It's been a minute.
Ossuary.
Ossuary with a S. Okay, ossuary. It's kind of like a living ossuary where it covers itself in the people it's eaten, essentially. Kind of like, you know, if you remember Tio Alfredo from the last part, where he had this, you know, the skull kind of on the outside as part of the exoskeleton. This one went even further and started like adding more and more people, kind of as it ate dead people. It started like adorning itself in them. Was that Google Translate voice? I googled ossuary and hit the pronunciation button. So yeah, it was the Google voice. It was faster than trying to figure it out myself, you know? So yeah, that's what we've done. I don't know if I have the first pass here. I think it's layer 25 here. Yeah. So the first pass looked like this, way closer to the actual silhouette of a fly, and I didn't really like it. I felt like the face was too big. The body, despite being like supposed to be covered in skulls, was just kind of, you know, it didn't feel like it was really like piling them on itself. So I did this. I changed the proportions a bit. I made the face way smaller in comparison to the body, which makes it feel bigger. And I filled it with skulls, kind of piled them up a little bit more, made it feel, you know, like heftier. So also, let me see. Renans, thank you for the follow. And KO Clips, that was a while ago. I think I already thanked you for that, or said hi. So yeah, we're kind of like, we just got here to this part, and we have figured out the design of this megalomorph, but now we have to figure out the story around it. I'll go back to camera because this might be mostly talking. I have a few ideas of what to do with the story. The original pictures I'm using for this were taken in the late 19th century by some Italian guy. So I figured let's kind of go with it. Just we'll change the name of the guy and we'll make up someone new, but we'll go with Italian guy that's visiting Iran and taking photos. So I figured, who could that be? And then I remembered that back in that time, in the late 19th, early 20th century, there was like travel literature was really big. So people who traveled to places and then told you about those travels in a book. It was huge back in the day, and a lot of them kind of made up stories or exaggerated things. It was kind of semi-fictionalized in a lot of cases. So yeah, there were a lot of people like lying about their travels to make them seem more impressive and make the places feel like more exotic and weird to sell more books. So I kind of thought it would be interesting to have the story told by one of these people. Like, my idea was, yeah, some Italian guy. We can change the nationality. I just figured Italian because kind of as a throwback to the person who took the original pictures we're using, who is actually visiting Iran and actually taking some photos to go along the book Probably like he would just write the book. The photos he would keep to himself, but in the book he would describe meeting this, going to this tower of bones and seeing this beast guarding it, and the people in the village were kind of strange and didn't want to talk about it. And people obviously would read the book and figure out he's just making stuff up. It's kind of ridiculous. It's obviously like a fictionalized account of his travels. And many, many years later, we actually see the photos, and I mean, we see that maybe the rest of the bullshit he told was exaggerated, but this one was real. Maybe there are some exaggerations here and there. Like you maybe can't trust the full account, but there are actual pictures. So something like that. That's what I figured we could do. Just a channel nomad on Twitch. I noticed last time I found the stream. Have your own tastes, things you're interested in. Just wanted to say that you have that personal vibe to art. Thank you so much, Steely. Got an idea? Hit me with it. Megalomorpha lore any percent. So yeah, that was one idea I had the other day, and it's kind of what brought me to like, okay, I gotta keep working on this story. Was thinking about this kind of travel writer slash explorer slash guy who exaggerates a lot of stories, and I would like to have some parts of the stories not match the photos. Like for example, the tower is actually made of bricks, but maybe the guy says the tower is completely made of bones. Either that, or we actually made the tower of out of bones, because I think that would be pretty cool as well. Maybe the first thing he exaggerates is a fly, and then everything after that is. That's true. That's a good idea. So, like, I think that's the setting we should use, kind of the character and the base of the story. But now we need a sort of plot, like something that happens, that the adventure we're retelling, like the adventure, that chapter of the book he would have written originally, and that adventure we're retelling nowadays. It still has to be interesting, even if it's exaggerated and we probably can't trust it. We can... What's up, Sora? I see you send in tests. I can see them on my end, if that matters. Maybe you're just testing the lag though. So one of the ideas I had written down here is he sees a tower of bones and he's kind of like mystified about it, and goes to the nearby town and asks, like, maybe I can get a guide or someone who can like show me how to get up there and see it for myself. So the people in the town refuse to go near, or something like that. They're like really like they kind of avoid the topic of the bone tower, because they would obviously not be too interested in a foreigner like coming in and seeing like what would be their sacred place. So maybe something like that, where he's gone into town, he's not really getting answers, people are kind of avoiding him, so he decides to go on his own to the tower, where he sees the Megalomorpha. And the Megalomorpha obviously has this ability, this power, we don't really know how they do it, but this power to brainwash people and kind of make them like influence their thoughts in the direction it wants. So obviously this Megalomorpha is like kind of representative of death and feeds, we can assume it probably feeds on the dead people of this village. So my idea was maybe according to his telling of the story, he meets this, maybe he calls it a beast or this, I don't know, boned creature. I don't know exactly how he would call it, but we can figure something out as we go, as we actually write it later. He actually very having Megalovania in the background is really appropriate with bone creatures. So one of the ideas I had is the Megalomorpha actually nearly convinces him to just lie down there and await death and kind of like give himself up to this creature. But he ends up like snapping out of it and escaping, and that's kind of, you know, that's the chapter of the story, and he just like never comes back. Testing because my chat box doesn't break. Oh, okay, gotcha. No, this song is from Undertale. Don't think about Homestuck. Homestuck is not real. Okay, then I have this little document here on Sky Burials. I just gave another look before the stream. So in Zoroastrianism, and this kind of offshoot of it we're imagining, one of the representatives of death and kind of the unholiness of death and its corrupting force is attributed to a demon or a deva. I don't know how to pronounce that, but Daeva. It's the word in Zoroastrianism for demons, called Nasu, Nasu. So this demon is something that infects the body of something, of humans right after death, and infects everything that dead body touches. The demon can only be cast out by a specific type of dog, and it's the type of dogs that have like two little eyebrow spots over here, kind of like they have 4 eyes. If one of those dogs looks at the dead body, or when the vultures eat the flesh, it will escape. So that's why they fed it to the vultures. And it escapes, this demon, in the form of a blowfly, which is the connection that makes everything work here, that makes the connection to Zoroastrianism work. And you know, that combination between the religious element and the Megalomorpha and the fly representing death, that's what makes it all work. So obviously this Megalomorpha is called Nasu, or at least it's called Nasu by the people in the village, because they would have obviously seen it as that blowfly demon that represents death and its unholiness. After getting to that village, and it might have been there for centuries, it kind of corrupts their belief, that like base real Zoroastrian belief kind of corrupts and turns it upside down. So they start like kind of worshipping death, or kind of, you know, like turning their views on death as this unholy, corrupting thing. They start actually worshipping the fly, which they call Nasu. Sorry, NASA is a different thing. Hey Mactel, how are you doing? And there is also a figure. Okay, there's another thing here. There's a figure in Zoroastrianism that might be, we don't really know the historical accuracy of this was actually a thing, but there's a figure called the Nasu Salar, I don't know how to pronounce it, essentially the undertaker of this specific type of sky burials. And it was a person so corrupted by dealing with death in their everyday that, you know, since they had to touch all the dead bodies and stuff, they were so like spiritually corrupted that they could not leave the tower. They would kind of essentially confine themselves to this tower, just to be able to, you know, take care of the dead bodies and protect everyone outside from their corrupting force, which is really cool and really sad for the people who might have actually had this job back in the day. Not sure when I stumbled into it, I like it. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's Nasu is Nasu, but I've also seen it written as Nasu, Nasus with an S at the end, S with a little thing on top. But yeah, we'll call it Nasu, Nasu. So here's a quote from the Pahlavi Videvdad. It's probably completely butchered that, a book, a Zoroastrian book. So this book describes Nasu as rushing from the north into a corpse in the form of a repelling fly, with knees crooked, with projecting buttocks, having unlimited phlegm, like the most sinful, the most polluted evil animal. Nasu is repulsed and exorcised by exposing the corpse to the gaze of a dog, or according to some, a bird. Just a little quote. So yeah, so you get the vibe. It obviously, like, you're seeing the image here. We have this actual description of the demon Nasu, and it completely fits the Megalomorpha. So, except for the phlegm, the first version had some drool falling down, and it kind of did away with it. So I'll ignore that part. No phlegm today. Buttocks. Yeah, I think it's referring to the abdomen of a fly, the projecting buttocks, if that makes sense. Unlimited phlegm. The gaze of a dog is interesting. It's actually a specific type of dog. Let me see. I think it's for... It's called four-eyed dogs or something like that. They look like... It's the dogs that have a little spot in their eyebrows. These guys. No, and that's here. This guys. So those types of dogs apparently can drive away Nasu. Astro, thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate that. Take that money away from Jeff. He doesn't need it. Yep, exorcism by puppy. Nasu is a female demon, they're still gonna say buttocks, even though it's a goddamn fly. I think it might be a translation thing, though. Right, it's very cute to think about. It's four-eyed dogs. In any case, I don't know if I'll be able to work the dog into the story in some way, because, you know, you could have, or maybe in the moment of truth, the protagonist is about to get you know, eaten by this, or is about to get like brainwashed by it, and a dog appears and kind of scares it away and saves the day. It would be interesting from like that, you know, that parallel to the actual mythology of Nasu. But most, like 99.9% of people would have no idea what that reference, or what that actually references. So it would be weird to have a little dog pop up and bark at it and then it's gone. Oh no, I'm full of demons. I need puppies to exercise me. Demon hunter dogs, hell yeah. It's some horror art inspired by the Ryugu asteroid footage. Tag you in it on Twitter. Oh, I'll check it out later. I've probably missed a bunch of mentions and tags in the past few days. It's the dog for the missing poster. Yeah, I don't know. It would be so if I were to do the thing about, you know, the dog driving it away and saving the day. It would be fun, but I would need to set it up in a smart way, like at some point. So I don't really know of a good way of setting it up. Maybe like someone in the village at some point like mentions something about a dog and then it kind of comes back, kind of like Chekhov's dog. Thank you for the follow, Astra. Okay, Rose. I'm glad you can see the stream now. I think. I don't know if it got fixed, if it's so wonky now. So yeah, we'll if we do include the dog, we'll figure something out. But I want to figure out the main storyline here. And let me get my notebook. Because I like to write things down physically. Typing things is okay, but I feel like I don't know. If I want to figure out a story, for example, I prefer to like physically write it. For some reason it feels, I don't know, feels better to me. Oh, thank you, Sora. He takes his pet dog with him on the trip. After he's brainwashed, the dog finds him and licks his face until he wakes up. That's a good idea, actually. Because it wouldn't necessitate people understanding the myth before they, like, it would just make sense within the story if you set up, oh, he has a little dog, and the dog just like kind of saves the day at the end. SJ said she can see the stream just fine, but her chat got busted. Hi, SJ. I hope if you're still there, hi. So I like the idea of the pet dog. Let me find the new page here. Okay. I got just so many like random notes. There we go. Just found a blank page. We call it Nasu Megalomorph. I'm also working on the other Megalomorph story, since that one is a collab. It's not only on me, so there's still a lot of work to be done on that one. We'll figure it out as we go. I figured since that one is taking long, I wanted to do the artist one first. But since that one is taking long, I figured we could just do this one first. And if we finish it first, and then we'll have plenty of time to do the artist one, since I think people already expect me to take long for Megalomorph. Welcome back, Rose. So, okay, like just writing down the kind of maybe the story bit by bit, and then we figure out like, okay, what pictures do we do? So, like intro is kind of a description of our character. He is an explorer / travel writer. And he is known to exaggerate a lot of aspects in his story, and sometimes even like make up yeah, like entire things. So he's known to exaggerate. Someone suggested, I don't recall who did. From SJ, I'm here, Val. Hi, SJ. Communicating. I think I can hear her. Oh my god, the Pokemon Ghost Hour song. Perfect. Actually, great timing. Yeah, I feel like my stories tend to evolve a lot, and it's one of the reasons why Megalomorph tends to take a long time, because I usually have like a basic kind of the gist of the story or cool image I want to make, and then go through a lot of different variations of a story until I actually like focus on one. So it's one of the reasons why it takes a long time, and also I like to think that I take a long time with it, but the results, as long as the result is good and it's better for me taking time, I'll do it. So yeah, that said, I feel like I should focus a bit more on that, especially now since we have things like Curious Archive, who did a video on my work and covered Megalomorph pretty extensively, and now a lot more people are kind of aware of Megalomorph and expecting more to come out eventually. So I guess that puts some fire under my ass. How's the door thread writing going? I'm actually switching things up a bit. Probably not gonna do a lot more images, but I'm like switching the gist of the story up. It's again same thing as Megalomorph. I started with an idea and with like cool concept I want to do, but for that story, for Ziggurat specifically, I was kind of lacking the kind of a kind of the character's story in that. Stephanie, you made it. Hey, I can see you. Don't tell anyone that Butch takes from me again. So yeah, for that Ziggurat story, I gotta figure out like the kind of the character development in it. Obviously it's gonna be told in first person, so the character is me, kinda. Also, since if Twitter ends up crashing and burning, and that story was kind of built as a Twitter thread, I have to find a different way to present it if Twitter doesn't work out in the next few months. it'll 99% likely be fine, but there's still that little possibility. It's all the Nightcrawler's fault. They got into the cables. The Nightcrawlers bit all the cables. Okay, so back to this story with the fly. Main character is a travel writer who's been known to exaggerate a lot of stories, and there's one of his many books that he's done where he's traveling in Iran, and like one story kind of jumps out and like how fantastical it is. So we find out like in the modern day, some really old photos are discovered that match this story and are kind of traced back to this writer. So we subtly have like actual proof of this whole story happening instead of just his word. So suddenly it gains like a new, like, even though he was known to exaggerate a lot of stories, suddenly this one is confirmed. Jenna got on some other social media platform I hadn't heard of. There's a lot of people going on Mastodon. I have an account there. There's, I don't know, there's some others that I forget the name of. I don't know if any of them will work, honestly. I'm not holding my hopes up. Tumblr posts with tags. I still don't know if Tumblr will be the next Twitter. It seems like a really fanciful idea. I would love Tumblr to be the next Twitter, but we'll see. We'll see. Might even be video at this point. Are you gonna try Mastodon? Yeah, I'm already on Mastodon. Let me send you guys a link. The thing about Mastodon is it's so annoying to get into that it's never gonna be the next Twitter. Okay, let me post it in chat. You can find me there. Yeah, remember to drink a lot of water, Siphon. Hope it goes back quick. Mastodon, your DMs are not really private? Oh. Hope you stay on Tumblr if it does, even if it doesn't become your new Twitter. Yeah, I'll try to, like, we'll see how things develop. But for now, I'm intending on, like, keeping the Tumblr, at least maybe as an, even if it's just an extra thing. Anyway, back to the story. We'll figure out a name for the travel writer. I don't know why I wanted him to be Italian. We can do anything. To be honest, it might be better if the writer is from an English-speaking country, because that way we can do bits of the book. And we can have that be like alongside the images, maybe in a couple spots. We can get like a page of the book. Or maybe it's not even a book, maybe it's a manuscript. And he never really published this part of the story because he felt like even the guy known to exaggerate a lot didn't want to publish that because it felt like just too outlandish. So well, what do you guys think is better? A published book that flew under the radar because nobody believed this guy, or something so unbelievable, like even he deemed it too fantastical to put into one of his books. Let me note these two down. That flew under the radar / unpublished manuscript. Published would open avenues for yeah. On the radar, I think it's the prevailing sentiment. We could obviously, there is a third option, is that this guy didn't make it through the story and this is how he dies. So the only thing we got left are his notes that he was taking to write the book later when he got home. So yeah, more like Craig says, like a journal. Then I've done so many journals though. I've done a book once before. Could run a poll. No, I don't want it to be like a decisive poll. I'm just like doing quick checks, seeing what people think. Yeah, I do like the idea of the Tumblr queue. I'll probably put a bunch of old art there just to post whenever I figure that out. Jesus, welcome. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. As always, just a wonderful way of coming into the stream. Oh my god. Komm mal, Pressus. Been here since the beginning, but been doing a project. Sounds good. Hope the project is going well, Jesus. Okay, so third option is he died. Oh, I'm also thinking, okay, so initially I was thinking Italian, because that was the guy who originally took the photos was Italian. But now I'm thinking back to a story I read about a travel writer who was pretty well known in the early 20th century, I think. He was actually one of the first people to ever step on Antarctica as the continent. And he was a Scottish guy who played the bagpipes. There's photos of him playing the bagpipes with penguins. He was like an avid travel writer, and he was like pretty well known at the time, kind of this eccentric character. I kind of like that idea. Maybe we should make him Scottish. Just like an eccentric Scottish guy. Sounds fun, like interesting as a character. Lurking and struggling to make a circle. I feel, yeah. So let me write this down here. Scottish question mark. Obviously, the thing is, if we do want to put snippets of the book or direct quotes from the book, if we don't do like actual photo manipulation of the book snippets, depends on how much text we have to put in. Yeah, if we do like actual quotes and snippets, it would be better if the protagonist was from an English-speaking country. So yeah, if we do that, if it's an actual like native English speaker, the best idea is probably a book that fell under the radar. So flew under the radar, or like maybe a lot of people read it, but nobody actually like checked up on it because they all figured it was just a really big exaggeration. And there's no actual beast protecting a tower. It's just like this sort of, you know, it's obviously it's the late 19th century. So there's at the time there's this really like racist and kind of putrid idea of Orientalism and kind of seeing faraway countries as, you know, exotic and strange and like weird customs and stuff. So definitely, like, if some guy had written a book at the time talking about monsters found in Iran, they would have probably been like, it would have probably fallen into that genre, and people would have just kind of ignored it or just figured it was fiction. If it didn't speak English, there could be a scholarly debate over whether his description was literal or had a weird translation. That's fair. Yeah, there's definitely like that concept of Orientalism in in travel writers is definitely like it matches up very well, because at the end of the day, the travel writers like played on the ideas of the time and the preconceptions people had, and they wanted to sell books. So they wanted to sell books on the ideas of them visiting faraway and exotic places. That was like half the thing, like half the appeal of the books at the time and why they were so popular. So we could definitely play on that. Got a random call, said hello, they just hung up. Mysterious. So yeah, I think that can be the setup. We can figure out the specifics kind of as we go, or based on the pictures we actually end up having. But that can be the setup. So visits Iran, I think at the time is Kingdom of Iran. I don't know the exact title for that the country had at the time. We're talking, by the way, like I think it's like 1880 or something like that, where the pictures were taken, or even before. It might even be like the 60s, 70s. Just to give you guys an idea of the time. So visits Iran, and he definitely has to come across the tower and a village where he gets all the story and the context for the tower, or the lack thereof, and people are kind of refusing to talk about it. So I think it would be interesting if he first came across the tower and actually have let me find it. Here we go. That's a tower from far away. I kind of wanted this to be an establishing shot of him coming across the tower, and maybe then visiting the village. Or it could be the other way around, where he visits the village and he kind of gets a sense that they're hiding something, and there's some place they don't want him to visit, so he obviously goes there, because what good travel writer wouldn't? And he comes across the tower and the big bug. Trying to draw some very intense scarring right now. It's hard. Yeah. It depends on how, if you're rendering it or not. I don't know how if you're just drawing or if you're painting. The Nightcrawler emote mysteriously always seems to be in tune, or in sync with the rhythm of the music. It's fantastic. So I don't know exactly the order I want to put this in. Like if he visits, comes across the tower, then goes to the village, or vice versa. In any case, he does visit both of them at one point or the other. So we definitely, like, in terms of images, we have to make one for the village. Let me write that down. 1 or 2 images. So maybe we just, like, maybe not a lot of editing on those, but maybe we give, like, some of the people in the village something like that feels out of place, like strange hat or something, kind of a distinction that they are part, not of like main branch of Zoroastrianism, but their own little sect within it. So we'll definitely need something for the village, and that would bring us to 4 pictures. Yeah, we definitely need something else in terms of pictures. Maybe another one with our fella here with our skull bug. Maybe one in the interior of the tower. We also have, in terms of the base pictures, this is what the original, hold on, well, this is what the original tower looked like, and we're kind of working on the edge here, because it's a photo that zoomed in on the bug only. I don't know if at the end of the day, like when I finish this, if I'll put the bug on the full image and it'll just be a small thing on top of the tower to, you know, kind of hide it at first and then show you the bigger version later. Dog picture. Oh yeah, if we do include the dog into the story, we could definitely like include him in the frame. I like that. Let me write down the dog here. But yeah, if you have the tower here, you could have the dog somewhere in the frame, kind of like sniffing around or something. The dog is important. So let's see. I want something where we have maybe a close-up, or even if it's a blurry picture of the fly kind of coming at us, like coming towards the camera, and it looks creepy. That would be fun. Hey Hammy. Okay, so our main character visits the village and starts getting weird vibes, like they're definitely worshipping something weird here and they don't want to talk about this tower. So since he can't get a guide to go with him to the tower, he decides to just go on his own. Or maybe he does get a guide, but maybe the guide is the dog. No, but he does end up going to the tower where we see these 2 pictures that we already have. So give no info and goes to tower. 2 pictures. So that's the ones we already have. And then some kind of confrontation happens in the tower. And that's where we could introduce exaggeration, where we maybe the book that was published says something really heroic happened and he fought off the beast, or he outsmarted it or something like that. But then the pictures tell a completely different story. I don't know how we could like show that visually, but have the pictures directly contradict the story in a way that would justify him keeping the pictures to himself. Because he would just release a story and not talk about there being pictures that prove it right. Because the pictures made him look like an ass, or made him look like a coward, or something like that. The pictures are not in the book, sorry. They're just found many, many years later. The original clickbait. Yes, Hammy, that's the tower. I made the first version of this edit back in August now. So yeah, that it would be interesting to have the story say something and the picture say something different. Would kind of kill two birds in one stone, because we do need another picture. We don't need it, but I would like to do another picture to kind of like round up this story and give it an interesting ending. Something that where we don't really know what happened, or there is a little like uncertainty at the end. It kind of leaves you wanting to know more. It's how I like to finish this type of stories. So trying to think. So maybe he claims that he fought off the creature and eventually like managed to escape from it. Thank you, Jesus.
Arroba esto es solo una prueba.
Just did one arroba. I need to see the flow chart to visualize it properly. Maybe that's where the dog comes in. Maybe he gets saved by the dog and he doesn't publish the pictures because it doesn't match his version of the story where he heroically fought off this horrible beast that was hiding in the tower. I'll get this text to speech to sing one way or another. Okay, so that's kind of where the meat and potatoes of the story is here. It's the encounter with the Megalomorpha. And with the Megalomorpha, they're not as, in my mind, they're not as physically threatening as they are like manipulative. They won't like directly attack you and bite you. Maybe some will. The wasp ones definitely will, because wasps are assholes like that. I love wasps, but so they're generally more like manipulative and cunning like that. So if a Megalomorpha came across a human just like that, not a human from its own village that it already has like brainwashed and manipulated for years or generations, this new guy drops in, and I feel like since it's a fly megalomorph and its whole thing is death, it would try to manipulate the guy into thinking that maybe he's about to die and his best option is to just lie down and wait for it. Just await death. And of course, meanwhile, the fly is just on the wall watching, waiting. And the moment he dies, he will just, the fly will just go on and feed and add his skull to his collection, to his trophies. So I feel like that's how the confrontation would go. You're physically threatened by the giant fly, but I don't think it would directly attack you. So maybe in his telling of the story, the fly just kind of bewitches him and it's trying to like put words in his brain and convince him that he should just lie down and accept death. And he finds the strength within him and refuses it, and is able to kind of outsmart it in some way, and it kind of feels like, oh, very heroic. And then we see the actual picture, and it's the dog barking at it, and it's just flying away. And it's the dog that saved him. And he just lies about it. This is a Zoroastrian Tower of Silence, sort of, but instead of being for birds and insects to be picked clean, it's for this guy. Thing about it is that the open air graves are not something you can like lock a person into. It's just you know, it's just a platform, or maybe a metal grid or something. But it's not like a tomb you can enclose someone into.
Sí, una nueva calavera para agregar a mi colección.
That means yes, a new skull to add to my collection. Makes you hallucinate all manner of disease and decay infecting your body. I like that. That dog better have gotten so many treats. So I think that's one way the encounter could go, is convinces him to lie down and die. Or that could go many different ways. I like the idea of the fly convincing it he's like super sick, and then he sees himself as like on the verge of death and might as well like die in this tower than anywhere else. It can also be sort of like hypnosis situation where it just like lulls him into sleep, and he slowly just goes to sleep and stays there for God knows how long, as the fly just bides its time and waits for the heat and dehydration to do its thing. So at the end of the day, he's saved by the dog. He doesn't admit it, but so something hypnosis makes him fall asleep. And what other ways, how can you manipulate someone and kind of change their ideas in a way where they would die? And I feel like it wouldn't be like, oh, it just, you know, induce suicide and like jump off from the tower or something. I feel like, oh, that it could be interesting. But I feel like the fly would just be patient in that way. Like it's hundreds of years old, possibly. So it doesn't need it to be now. We just convince you to lie down and wait until you just die of exposure. Make him believe he's already dead. Oh, I like that too. Just apply for 2 new jobs. Wish me luck. Hey, good luck, Adalasters. Hope it goes well. Oh, make me self-promote. I guess, you know, since Twitter might very well be dead pretty soon, I would love to keep making art for a living, and it's going to be really hard to, you know, keep my Patreon up without like an audience on Twitter. So if you like what I do, this is like the best moment where you can subscribe to my Patreon and support me directly. So do check out the Patreon. I send you guys every week. Hold on, where are they? I think I got them somewhere close here. here. Every week, every month, I send you a postcard. Here's the last one I sent, for example. I had some leftovers. It's the one from Halloween, so it's depicting the witch's coven and the little devil there with some Latin text in the back. We got one of these every month, so if you sign up to the second level, you get this. If you sign up to the third one, you get that and a sticker, which I got right here on my bottle. That's not this one, because that's from a different thing, but there you go, stickers. Got a googly owl one, so you get a random one out of this, all these collection every month. Anyway, yeah, best moment to sign up, because it might be tough for a little while if Twitter doesn't work out. The buzzing hypnotizes him, drives him mad. I like that, yeah. I like the buzzing being a vehicle for it. This fly's buzzing, it's a classic. Induce nihilism concept slowly, paying attention to the person, then breaking down anything that was worth to them and whistling by whistling in their ear. I like that. The tower is built to amplify the buzz. I like that too. There are some ants that exude a hormone when they die. If you spray that hormone with healthy ants, they will genuinely believe that they have died and they'll curl up and wait for other ants to bring them to the graveyard. Oh, I love that lichen. That's fantastic. I had no idea about that hormone, but that's definitely like, there's a lot of the Megalomorpha series is built on the insect world, so I love that parallel. So, okay, I'm leaning towards that side of it convinces, writing it down here, it convinces him he is already dead. And using the buzzing, I like that. Or at least, like, in his book, he mentions buzzing as a kind of like pervasive element. And the amplified in the tower is a good one too. Okay. So I like that. Yeah, that's definitely how a confrontation with, and we're talking like this type of Megalomorpha where they've been alive for centuries and they've kind of molded with a human, and that's their final step in their life cycle, and they're like, that's when they're quote unquote at their most powerful, at their strongest. So they could definitely have the power to just like convince someone they're dead already. Yeah, exactly. The buzzing sound driving them insane. Exactly, Jesus. Oh, I'll check out that NPR thing later. Thank you. That's fantastic. Okay, so that's how the encounter would go. But then obviously he needs to get out of there and be alive to write his book, which we're reading, and bring his pictures home and develop them. So he needs to get out of it. I like the idea of the dog, since it does match the mythology of the demon Nasu, that fly demon, being scared of dogs, of a certain like breed of dog. since it does match very well with that, I would like the idea of having the dog save him. Like just pop up at the end and save him. I don't know exactly where we fit the dog. I have two ideas. Either it just is his dog and he just brought him along for the trip. So we kind of like set him up at the very beginning and have the dog just like hanging around in some of the photos, just like, you know, around. Or it's not actually his dog, but a dog from the village that maybe actually guided him to the tower, since no human in the village was wanted to guide him up to the tower. Maybe the dog is the only one that, you know, kind of helps him out. And at the very end, he shows up and he drives Nasu away. Which would kind of give the dog kind of its own agency, kind of like it's a lower character on its own. Why don't we ask Edna to fly? I haven't seen Edna to fly in so long. I think she moved out. Crystal Crush, thank you for the follow. So, what do you guys think? Is it his dog? Is it like a dog we set up at the very beginning of the story? Or is it a dog from the village that kind of the only one who helps him out? Yes, I think Edna is dead. How dare you? Edna is very much alive. We send each other messages from time to time. Talking about beasts. The cat is still sleeping and he's looking very goofy right now. I don't know if the camera will be able to capture him. Let's see. He's sleeping right there in the corner and he is trying to see. There he is. You can see his face there. The ant graveyard is called Midden. Midden. I like that word. Let me write it down. Flies live 28 days. Not Edna. Edna will live forever. Hey Haji. The cat is Morty. Edna is a fly that when we did the first pass on this image back in August, a fly, an actual real life fly showed up. I think it was during this picture. It might have been one of the streams before or after. A fly actually showed up and started like landing on me, and I put my hand like in front of the camera and the fly landed on it, and it was actually really, really cute, and we became friends, and her name is Edna. I like what you say, Sora. You can construct a story where the protagonist builds a relationship with the dog. Yeah, we don't have a lot of space. Obviously, it's what I do with Megalomorpha. It's very short stories, so you have to like be really quick. You don't have a lot of space for character development. But we can try and fit in as much as we can, as we're able to. Yeah, the fly, it definitely felt the vibes. So, okay, I think tentatively I'm gonna introduce the dog in the village as he's looking for info on how to get up to the tower. So if like we have this first picture and there's like a really big cliff face next to the tower, so maybe that's kind of the like he needs to know the way up. A word in Spanish. Well, fly is mosca. So if you've heard the word mosquito, it's actually like small mosca, mosquito. Oh, the fly will eat me. La mosca me va a comer. Yeah, maybe we can have the dog kind of follow him around for a while. That's a good idea. So, so at the end, the dog can pop up, save the day, scare Nasu away, and then we can have the story tell something completely different, where he actually like defeats the beast all on its own or something silly like that. And then the photo shows the actual truth, which is maybe we have the dog barking from the back and the fly flying away or something like that. Something that shows us that the ending was actually different. And that he couldn't help but lie about the story, and that's why he never released the photos. Okay, let me write this whole thing down so I don't forget it when I actually like sit down and write the story. So dog saves the day. Protagonist still doesn't have a name. Tells a different story. Where he's the hero. Where he's the hero. Did the music thing break? Oh no, I had it hidden in this view. Because the other day we were doing music from a different source. So yeah, thank you for reminding me. Do I have multiple notebooks filled with a story? No, literally just one page. You can't see it because of the lighting setup. You can see it if I do this. So yeah, that's what we got. That's the base of the story. I'll probably change some things and expand, but I think we got a good base for it now. So what I'd like to do then is set up the pictures we need. We need like 1 or 2 pictures of the village. There's more of a setup thing. It's not going to be our main pictures, but it helps with the setup. They're not necessary, but we can introduce the dog through the picture, etc. Then we have the ones where he goes to the tower. So we'll have the tower from the distance. Maybe this one is at the beginning, we'll see. Then the tower up close. And maybe we can have a version of this where the fly is like a non-zoomed in version, where we can see a little bit of the fly here. And then the zoomed in version where we get a closer look at it. And finally, after the confrontation, one that contradicts his story. So he'll be saying that he saved the day, and we have a picture that shows probably like taken from the ground or something like that, where he was just lying down to die essentially, and kind of looking above into the tower. The tower has no ceiling, how I mentioned it. It's just kind of the structure around it, and it's hollow inside. And the fly flying away, like cut out against the sky, and maybe the dog barking close to us, something like that. Okay, Siphon. I'll see you later. Do you think logically Terry would eat Musk if we sent him to it? Would they take one for the team? I feel like, you know, Musk may be a huge baby, but to Terry, to a meat planet, he is a little morsel of proteins, so he would totally digest Musk. So yeah, we can just throw him into orbit and hope that Terry catches him. And even if it's kind of putrid, it's okay, because in terms of mass, it's nothing. Like the size of Elon is nothing compared to the size of Terry, so even if it's kind of rancid, it won't really harm it. Okay, so let's find pictures of the village. Let me real quick go into the browser. Let me on my second screen just pull out an image from the collection. Go to my trusty old collection and find... Where is it? There it is. I think it's from the Met. Yeah. Here. Okay. Is Luigi Pesce? I don't know. A little protein bar. And is the pictures from his trip. It's actually 1858. I was completely off with the years. So that's why I'm saying it's like really early photography. And we have like pictures are actually amazing because they're so grainy and in some cases just literally hard to see. And I don't know, they have a vibe. Oh, we can't read it against back.
Elon tiene poco valor nutricional para digerir.
Terry said Elon has too little nutritional value to digest. Quickly, I will manage to subvert and spread the word that Terry will only go away if they sacrifice 5 billionaires to it. I love that. Saving points for adding an IRL googly to Val's headphones. Yeah, we still need one more here. We have a big one here, but not on the other side. So yeah, these pictures are beautiful. They are, I think, mostly from Iran. Look at these ruins. So cool. And here is, again, from those ruins, it's where I got the picture where I put the tower in the background. I liked the idea of it being framed by these really, really old columns to kind of imply that it is really, really old. Oh, this one? This one could work for one of the village images. Yeah, cool, like old gates. A lot of these are from Persepolis, which I don't know where that is exactly. It's somewhere like, hold on, let me put this in English. Around here in Iran. Ooh, love these guys. Love their hats. On a visit to Damgan, east of Tehran, Pestchi met a party of government functionaries whose Astrakhan hats, that's the name, were as striking as their beardlessness. Most of the group were eunuchs. Eunuchs. How do you pronounce that? Eunuchs? I don't know how to say it. But I like their hats. Slightly used erasers. Oh, this is perfect for the village. Ah, look at the vibes of this image though. It's all washed out by the sun and brick, like the beautiful brickwork. Look at that. Oh, the muskets. Same as a U in university. Eunuchs. And this is like a little bit ruined. There's, I think that's a nest on top. Yeah, this one's so good. Let me give it a download. I like some really cool like ruined mosques as well. It's not really what I want to use though. You just opened a pack of ramen and it didn't have the flavor packet. Oh no. The blandest ramen. Ooh. Another cool ruin. With a little camp outside. And here's the tower, the one we used. Here's the hats again. This doesn't really work as a village, though. It's too big and monumental. Oh, and here is a tower that's really similar, and that actually... Let's see.
Val.
Val. That's me. Thank you, Jesus. Okay, so this one here... I actually considered using that for the tower instead of the other one. Click send before you finish typing it. It just send Val. I love it. That's actually, I love it. I love it how it came out. You're kind of a doctor, you know what stitch scars look like? Depends on the type of stitch, but there'll usually be like a scar and little dots around it. Yeah, but I like this picture. I nearly used it as a similar type of tower. And I even thought about combining this tower and the other, since, you know, the architecture is the same. But I didn't end up doing it. I love the guys with cool hats. I also really like this image. Definitely some kind of like military thing. Departure for the hunt, called. So they're going hunting, big hunting party. Okay, so from the ones by Luigi here, my favorites are this one. The one we already downloaded, which I don't have open in a tab anymore. And this one with a little group, because they just have cool hats, and I kind of love that. Big fan of the hats. Okay, let me go back to main view here. There we go. Here's the ones we have.
Val, acabo de ver algo correr detrás de ti.
You saw something run behind me? Is it? No, the cat is still sleeping there. Don't try to gaslight me. He's very much still a sleepy boy. And I can confirm that visually, maybe, if he is right behind that little corner. So it's kind of, I can't pull my camera any closer. But you can kind of see a little corner of, a little bit of them there. He is still a sleepy boy. And I wouldn't just pick him up and show him to the camera, but once he wakes up, he will start chaos. So let's enjoy the moments of peace before that happens. The bold ramen has been discarded. Kind of feel like sleeping? Go to sleep, Sora. It's fine. You can always catch back up with the stream and the VOD if you want. Tu gatito es muy hermoso. No es mi gatito. It's not my cat. I'm just taking care of him for a couple of weeks. He will be missed though. He is chaos, but also really lovely and full of personality. And really cuddly sometimes, like especially for cats. So yeah, it's been fun having him here for a while. You might see him again if, because he is, his owner is one of my partners, like someone who works with my partner. So being medical residents, they usually have to go out for like up to a couple months or 3 months outside to do like different rotations and different like specialties in different places. So maybe in one of those he'll give us a cat for a while again. So okay, Rose, have a good night. Hold on. Oh, he's definitely looking at it now. Woke up. He's still very sleepy. He's just like kind of opened his eyes and looked at me like, the hell is going on? And he's now sleeping again. Okay, so in terms of the... Oh, Hype Train is close.
Lo único más aterrador que las moscas gigantes es un gato hambriento que te despierta a las 3 de la mañana.
Really good Spanish, Amy. The only thing scarier than giant flies is a hungry cat that wakes you up at 3 a.m. So many bits you're gonna make the hype train happen. I could go translate, I guess. I'm letting him rest as long as he's willing to. But he seems to be like rousing up a little bit, and around this hour it's very common that he'll start waking up, so. Okay, so let's do, for the introduction of this village, let's do this one. Oh, word in Spanish. So cat is gato. So if you see him pop up soon, that's a gato. If I do bits again, does that count? Yeah. For the hype train, you guys can use subs, gifted subs, or bits. Okay, so what I wanted to do here after saving this, because I don't know if I've edited any layers since I opened it, is remove everything and pop this one in, and I'll save that as a different name. Oh, it actually doesn't fit that well. Actually, I don't know if I'll keep those edges. Now let me crop it in. Okay, so I'll call this village 1, for example. He's slowly waking up. Oh, it's just like he's always right behind that corner, but you can see him moving around. That little corner right there is just like a little thing I put up for him, just so he has like a comfy place to hang out and sleep. Very improvised, but he's a little hairless gremlin, absolutely. Okay, so I want to have a copy of this.
Entrega tu comida al gato.
Give your food to the cat. I don't have food. I have water. It's the only thing I have. He has food in the kitchen though, he can go get it. He has no excuse. So I'm just copying the smart filters here. Oh wait, it doesn't work. It's not the same vibe.
Cada gato es rey o reina de la casa.
Each cat is a king or queen of the home. Yeah, this guy is definitely the king. He sleeps in the weirdest positions. The cable for the camera is too short for me to properly show you. That's what bothers me here. Hold on. Maybe over, it's still too short. Yeah, it's just cable length doesn't allow me to properly show you. Very sad. There we go. You'll see him soon though. How did you get so into art if not for a career? I mean, I've been doing art since I remember, honestly. I specifically with Photoshop, I can tell you a more concrete story, but with art in general, kind of always been doing it. Okay, so I think I need this gradient map. No, and then this one. The edge. So it can more or less match with the other. Maybe I'll flip it. And then do smart filters and hope it kind of looks like the other one. Here's my hope. Yeah, actually kind of does. It's missing a little bit of kind of the reds, but it's fine. We'll work with this. We'll work with it as a base. What it probably needs is a little bit of editing here to just increase the contrast slightly. And I know that part of the appeal is that this picture is very low contrast, so I don't want to like completely destroy it. I just want to make them a little bit more readable. Okay, so things I want to add to this photo. First, hats. Might seem silly, but hats. And second, a doggy. So maybe a dog just walking around here, kind of in front of the camera, to show that he's just like, the dog is walking around next or close to the protagonist at all times. So let's see. In terms of hats, we can directly pull one of these guys. Watch closely. I am about to steal a hat and put it on this guy. I'm the hat stealer. I think I'm gonna use this one. since it's really easy to separate from its background. I'll need to flip it, I think. Hold on, let me actually see, because yeah, these hats are kind of like flat on the sides, and this guy is kind of wearing it lopsided. No, I guess they can be worn in any way, because this one has the flat part in the front. Museum of London would be proud. Hey, no, I'm just stealing digital hats. The Museum of London is on another level there. Can it? Oh, there we go. The idea is to give them all, and maybe I can put something on the head, or I don't know exactly what that is, but I can figure something out. And yeah, the idea is to give them all a distinctive elements that can be seen throughout the pictures to kind of bring like unity between them. And kind of like I did with the masks in the cults, like the Norway story, because yeah, something similar. The TF2 player base would be proud of your ability to steal hats. Now that I can get behind. Change to this, for example. Maybe I'll change the shape of the hat slightly. It doesn't feel like exactly the same one as the other. Should we give these two guys in the back hats as well? It's an easy enough edit, so I think we can afford to. Just everyone gets a hat. I'm giving them away. Folks, I'm practically giving these away. Some elements that imply fear of the fly monster. Oh, but they don't fear him. Or her. They love her. Googly eyes. I will give googly eyes to main guy in the front. Beautiful. Now he's looking at us from the corner. The fly monster is a girl boss. Okay, we got one more hat. Gonna make this one way lighter. There we go. Need to blur it as well, because that's a bit too much texture. That works. And then we can do another copy. Do this one. I think I'm about to sneeze. Or not. It's one of those hard to tell moments. No, I think it passed. That's fine. Crisis averted. You'll never guess what I'm eating instead of ramen. Soup! How do you get it so fast? Special powers. You do strike me as a soup lover. Okay, cool hats for everybody. And now we should add a doggo. So let's see. Yeah, I'm thinking like walking next to the... And we should do... a recognizable breed. I was about to say a recognizable brand. As if dogs had brands. A recognizable breed of dog. So that we can look for several images for like each of the situations we need. So what's a breed of dog that has the 4 eyes? And with the 4 eyes I mean the 2 little spots above the eyebrows. I mean, ooh, sorry, I bumped the mic stand. And did it again. I'm the worst. Okay. Let's see. Just to show you, 4-eye dog. These guys. This type of puppy. Mongolian Bankar. Oh, so pretty. I love them. They're huge. Look at these boys. A puppy. I love them so much. I would die for them. Hey, that's not one of them. This just says hunger. Strange. They changed the UI for this search, which is weird. Sarabi dog. Sarabi. Oh, they're cute. They like those 4 eyes. Oh, damn. Fluffy boy. The fluff beast. You did pick the best time to join the stream, for sure. And yeah, and Dobermans have that same eyebrow spots as well. They're not as fluffy though. I like the fluff. Okay, let's see. Let me copy Mongolian bank car here, so I don't have to respell it all the time. Let's see if other sites have images of them. Nothing here. Let's look on Wikimedia. Ooh, not a lot. Spankura? Is that... No, okay. I guess this type of really fluffy dog is not the most appropriate to be a local dog to a really hot and arid place, but still. They are cute. This one doesn't have the base license, but it is possible. I mean, this one is not the best in terms of quality, but you can put it in that village photo and it wouldn't be out of place. It would just be like a cute dog looking at you. Cute but slightly threatening looking, which is a good vibe. Oh, this one is also not great license-wise. Damn. Samoyed? Do they have that same type of pattern? Oh no, they're white. Yeah, I remember Samoyeds. Bad breed names. This one's like mid-bark. This is really cute. Oh, this is a different one. Himalayan sheepdog. Or boat cooker. Oh, they're even fluffier. I mean, it would be fun to put the first time we see the dog, and it's just barking at us. Oh, oh god. The beast. The Tibetan Mastiff. This is just a ball of hair and anger. I love it. Hey, Jalen, how are you doing? We're looking at dogs. How are you folks doing? Thank you so much for the raid. You come at the perfect time. Because we're hunting for dogs. Look at this. Look at this boy. Okay, so what we're looking for here in this public domain, so we can use it. I think I really want to use this one. Because it does have the eye spot we're looking for too. Used to know a woman who bred Tibetan Mastiffs. Damn, that's so cool. They're beautiful, yeah. So, okay, let me give you guys a little bit of context for the newcomers. We're making a story that fits in the Megalomorphi universe, which is a really long story that I'm building. Megalomorph. So there in the chat, you should have a link. There it goes. So you can see, you can read it all by yourself. But it's all about these huge bugs that are found throughout history and throughout the world, and their like messed up relationship with humans. So the one we're making right now is based on Fly. Each of the parts of the story is kind of individual and focuses on a different one of these huge bugs. So they're based on different species of insects, and this one is a fly. So it lives in a village, near village in Iran, in a big tower. It looks like this, and it has brainwashed all the people in the village into basically like, instead of burying their dead in their traditional sense, just giving, like putting them in the tower and like feeding them to it. And it kind of, it displays all the skulls of the victims it's taken on itself, kind of as a trophy. So we've already made that main image from the story, and now we're kind of building all the story around it. So it's going to be all about this kind of explorer guy who writes books. It's kind of a travel writer, which was a big thing at the time. People just traveled to places and then wrote about it. That's known to exaggerate his stories a lot, so people don't really believe him. And he tells this like fanciful story about going to Iran and meeting this creature in a tower of bones. And yeah, people don't believe him until many years later. All these pictures are revealed and actually prove him right. So that's the image we got. We're now like building all the like surrounding like storytelling, and in this case the village right next to that tower. So yeah, that's the context of what we're making today, and we're looking for a dog, very specifically a dog that has little spots in the eyebrows, like different species have. I forgot the name of the species. Anyway, of the breed. But yeah, those dogs that have like little spots in here, they're called four-eyed dogs, and in the folklore and the mythology of Zoroastrianism, which is based on the demon Nasu, who's takes the form of a fly, so it kind of represented here, can be scared away by a four-eyed dog. So we're kind of building that into the story. So the protagonist, as he is like exploring this area and trying to find someone in the village that will guide him up to the tower, because he's like seen it from afar, but he wants someone in the village to help him like get up there. So the people in the village are going to ignore him, but he's going to find a dog, and the dog is going to be the one that guides him, and eventually the one who saves his ass from getting eaten by the big bug. Rottweiler, thank you. That's what I was looking for. So that's why I was looking for pictures of cute dogs, because that's going to be our kind of a secondary character in this story. And I'll emphasize the spots in the eyes and the eyebrows. So maybe I can put the dog somewhere here, kind of in this negative space. Your pup is a four-eyed dog. Oh, nice. Make sure to use this pup to scare demons away, because apparently that works. I want to use this one. He just looks nice. I like this doggo. I'm gonna use object selection, and it's gonna make the camera go wonky for a few seconds, so don't worry about that. It's just Photoshop being weird. Take the time to hydrate. Okay, Hammy, have a great night. Ooh, nice. That seems to be a good selection. Actually didn't do a great job on that edge, but we can fix it up. Ooh, not with this tool. We don't need a super precise selection because it's a very lo-fi image. Oh, where are you? There. Okay, needs to be actually dog-sized. So this more or less at the same height. And this guy, we're getting the lower part of the legs cut off, so it can just be like right behind this bend, which would mean it's a little bit behind this. It's a pretty big dog, so let's go with this in terms of size. Not having to be perfect is the biggest advantage of old images, for real. Okay, so this below the gradient map, yeah. Okay, so the output can't be more than this. And the whites can't be more than this. I'm just doing it, just eyeing it, so might not be perfect, but it's a little bit in the shadows. So it allows us to make him dark enough to put him a little bit down here. It's right behind this. It briefly was a ghost dog, but no, not to worry. He recovered, he's fine now. Gotta darken some areas. I gotta be careful not to overdo it, because then some spots will actually be darker than they could potentially be. They should potentially be in the background. But this allows me to just draw out the silhouette so I can see the dog well. And being right next to a shadowed area, it actually helps us. We can hide wherever we want in the shadows. Such a good boy. Okay, and now I'll add a little bit of contrast like within the face. Especially because I want the 4-eye thing to be quite visible, since it's part of the mythology here. So eyes are pretty visible. And now those two little spots I'm just gonna enhance so they're visible from any distance. That seems good. Yeah, you're right on that, Sealy. That usually happens with these really old photos where you go from like essentially like pure white, which in this photo is this, to pure black here really quickly. I'm gonna do second pass of this. Which should crunch down those colors even further. And if we overdid it with a soft light, it should correct that as well. Adding more contrast wherever I can. A bit better. It obviously needs to be blurrier though. I'm also going to add right behind them. Going to add a soft light layer. I'm going to darken the background just a little bit to help out with some of the dog's silhouettes, even if we're tricking light a little bit. There we go. Now let's see how this works when we actually do the blur and sharpen and stuff, which should help quite a bit. So as you can see, we do a huge bit of blurring and then sharpening, which kind of brings everything to the same lower level of detail. I kind of feel like this head doesn't feel super good to me when I put it in like this. So we go back to this image. And let me on top of it do some soft lights. There it is. And now we need to make it match more or less the colors of this. I think it has too much vignette. Yeah, blurring and sharpening works quite well to integrate photos, especially if they're older like this. But in general, it works well. So we added pretty heavy grain. Gonna up the shadows a little bit. Now that feels like it's closer to the fly one. Definitely like taken by the same camera or printed the same way. Here's the doggy looking really nice and agreeable. So, got one of the village photos. For the other one, I wanted to do this one here, perhaps. So what I'll do after having saved this is use the same thing. Actually, let me not delete everything. Just all the base layers. I'm gonna call this village 2. Gonna add this. I'm gonna image rotate 90 degrees. And now put it at the correct size, approximately. I'll still use that edge since it's worked quite well for us so far. I'm gonna flip it so it looks a little bit different. Okay, Adlasters, have a great night. Thank you for coming. The thing about this is that the backgrounds doesn't feel, it feels very city-like, not very villagey. Feels very fancy. Could be this kind of village in the middle of nowhere. So I'm wondering if we could actually use a different photo as the background. Maybe something like this, but we'll figure something out. So you can go here. I'm gonna do the select subject in the cloud so it doesn't like make my camera go weird. Feels like elders posing for a picture. Yeah, exactly what I was thinking. Or if not the elders, the, you know, the kind of the priests of the village, the ones that would be the main worshippers of the big fly. Oh, that hat didn't get cut very well. That should do it for now. Hey, Fire. Hola, ¿qué tal? You learning Spanish? I kind of like this bright background because it feels like, you know, it contrasts very well with the group here. I was about to say, oh, this is kind of low quality. It feels pixelated, but no, it literally, it's made out of square bricks. My brain went directly to it's pixelated. I have digital brain rot. Oh, the cat went back to sleep. I thought he was about to wake up, but he's now once again sound asleep. And you know what? I can't blame him. He's been running around like a little rascal all day. Yeah, it's just very old pixel art. Thank you, Fizzy. I appreciate that. Ancient people just called pixel art mosaic. The pixel brainworms. Honestly, this one should be good, like high quality enough for me to zoom in onto a specific part like this. I like this fancy gate, but I also like these, like these little hot things. I don't know how to call these. Yeah, I actually like this. Gonna add a bit of contrast to it just so we can see the people better. Because they are a bit hard to see, this level of contrast. Okay, now we fix out the edge. For a lot of it, I think it's just going to be blurring it. Like this works better now. Now we clean it up. Hey Siphon, welcome back. The bearded one in the middle feels like the head priest. He just has like the solemn face. And one of them, this one I think it's just like putting his hand on the shoulder, just like my mentor. He also looks larger. It does look like, yeah, pretty big. Okay. After sharpening, I'm getting some edges I don't love. Let me shift the edge inwards a little. bring this back. And then do some soft light. There he goes. Okay. Still not done. These guys need soft light. There we go. Because once you take something low contrast and make it high contrast, or at least higher contrast, you can make some parts look very flat. Gotta be mindful of that. And now let me go into the camera raw and edit some things. Let's see. Make it a bit brighter in general than what it was. Escarade, thank you for the follow. Though I also like the really dark vibe for this one. Kind of like the exposure was set a little bit too low. And we're essentially just getting the silhouettes for most of these people. Let's see, let me play with the shadows. Yeah, I kinda like this. Thank you, Escarade. Have a good night. Thank you, Seely. Have a good night as well. They're trying to obscure their faces as much as possible, so they kind of look like a faceless crowd. I try not to overdo it. But my hope is that after doing this, when I put all the filters back on, it'll be much harder to read the faces. What's the scary premise you're adding to this one? It's just old people. So these guys are next to the tower here. The tower being this one, where, you know, the protagonist is gonna go to the village first to kind of inquire about this mysterious tower and how to get to it, because he kind of just sees it in the distance. And the people in the village are kind of, you know, shady, and they don't want to really talk about it and kind of evade the questions. So there's going to be those shady people, kind of the priests and others from the village, and they kind of avoid the questions about the tower. So he decides to like just venture there himself. And this little, hold on, what's the other village picture? Let me pull out the other village image, the one we just made. Old people, I getcha. So finds a little dog, and the dog is the one that actually like helps him get up to the tower. And there he meets this. That's the story I got so far in my head. Good boy? Yes, good boy. Oof. The contrasts. I kind of want them to feel like silhouettes, and it's hard. Their clothing is too bright, which I'm gonna have to take care of. Let me put a normal layer, darken that a little bit, so it doesn't burn us like the sun when we change the contrast. That should be better. Gonna make them a little bit darker from the get-go. What if you color dodge the clothes? Monster. What we can definitely tell from this picture is that this guy was not a really good photographer. The guy taking the photos. Either that, or it was literally the beginnings of photography. This was 1858. So the concept of photography hadn't been around for long. So let's give our protagonist here a break. He was trying as much as he could. But he just managed to capture a group of shady silhouettes. It happens to the best of us. So this one's overexposed and this one's underexposed. Someday he'll get a picture right. Could not salvage for one of your backgrounds. Well, too bad for you. Then we got the big fly, and what I'd like to do, apart from what we have, we're pretty close to having all the pictures I need, I think. I'd like to have a picture from the inside of the tower, and I'm trying to think of what could work. Maybe a well? Kind of like looking outside from inside a well. Is that a type of picture we can find, though? Oh, doggy. Hi, doggy. They wouldn't see the pictures until they're developed. Fair enough. Be a tunnel of some kind. A chimney. A chimney might be closer to what we need. Like the inside of the chimney, I mean. Let's see if that's something we can find. What's up, Siphon? Otherwise, some kind of tunnel or cave. Not a cave. A cave is too natural. Doesn't really fit. It has to be like bricks inside. A deathmatch wheel. Okay, it's the wheel of the stream. Oh my god. Okay, deathmatch. Let's see who would win. Ooh, okay. Contestant number 1 is Last Trick of Treaters, which are the slashers I made for Halloween. And second... the Jenny Hanover food. That's definitely the Last Trick of Treaters. Jenny Hanover is a peaceful little creature and doesn't mean no harm to anybody. And the others are slashers with knives. Although they would have to get to the bottom of the ocean somehow. So I guess my answer would be depending on where the battle is fought. Let me find my tab. Construction of brick-lined tunnel. Ooh, maybe there are some good pictures. This, do we have the source? Would the last trick-or-treaters perish underwater? Probably. At least at the extreme pressures of like the deep sea. Ooh, this one's creepy. Not what we need, but creepy. This one we could make possibly work somehow. If we like copy this half and then do the other half. Yeah, let's roll another deathmatch. Let's see. See what we got. Ooh, what is this one? The cave creature from the Warnings series. Or collection, or whatever you call it. Against... El Pesadilla, you got both horned spirits, I guess. So I feel like the cave creature would win, just because of like, in terms of threats, at least the way it's been drawn, it feels like it would be way bigger. Otherwise, they're a bit more evenly matched. Oh, we were actually in the browser. This picture is really good, by the way. Construction workers at tunnel entrance. Who would win between mock and the found footage pride flags? Oh, the pride flags. Cave creature is literally drawing. I mean, I guess it's referring to the thing that is drawn and not the drawing itself. But yeah, this picture is dope. The University of Washington. I'm getting distracted, but I want to see this picture and see if there's any high quality version. Is that the best? Is that the best you got? You literally have the negative, my dude. Because love wins. Will they actually make me order a reproduction? How I would love a decent scan of this image. It just goes so hard. Feels like it's something I could use. I don't know what for, but it feels like something I could use. In any case, let's keep looking. Ooh, creepy tunnel. Another really cool picture. It's worth it asking for the original. I mean, I guess it would be if I knew what to do with it, but I wouldn't make someone look for it and scan it if I didn't know what to do with it later. A lot of tunnels, but most are seen from the outside. And I would love to get a shot of a tunnel from the inside, kind of looking out where we can see the sky on the other side. Which is why I was looking for chimney. But I did not have much luck there. Let's try Unsplash. Let's see if we're lucky enough to have a chimney from the inside. I've already looked for this, by the way. Back when I did the last Christmas, actually, when I did the Santa inside the chimney, breaking his bones. I was looking for insides of chimneys, and it was so hard to get actual good pictures of insides of chimneys that I had to go find the real chimney and take a picture. Santa goop. This is a cool image. It feels like it would fit in the Ziggurat series. So I'll actually give it a download. Hey, who cut around this tree? I would like to have a talk with them. And ask them to just like take that edge and blur it a little bit, reduce it a little bit. It's not that hard. Come on, literally 2 clicks. Chimney inside. You like the edge? Of course you would. I like the little rattlesnake. It's cute. Feels like it would go with the warning signs on the little collection we did. Okay, but no chimneys inside. No insides of chimneys, I mean. There we go. That's closer to what I was looking for. Ooh, made a brick. Warning, huge snakes. Please approach. Do not leave without petting. What the hell is this? Oh, it's... Okay, someone combined 2 of the same image, and it's a regular tunnel. But then they combine it with a copy of the same image, kind of center them. Just a weird decision. One felt like 3D render, but... But no, it's an art piece. You add a halo around objects so they stand out. I mean, yeah, but you filter them and you make them into comic backgrounds. It's a different thing.
Traté de contener a Mariah Carey, pero no tuve éxito en su contención.
Jesus says, I tried to contain Mariah Carey, but I was not able to. Damn. We were so close this year. Better luck next year, though. This one could also work for the inside. Oh, the cat is half awake again. We'll see if he graces us with his presence today. lot of tunnels. Not a lot we can use, but lots of them. Let's see, what do we have? We have this one. Did I download it? No. We have this one I didn't get to use. This one might be good. Oh no, the boy is back to sleep. Did not take long. Okay, so let me do a repeat of this image. And maybe just bring in this one here so we have the filters just to copy them later. And I copy the filters from one image to the other so that we can essentially have like the same or very similar filters between each picture in the bunch. I kinda like this one. Feels like it would need more work, but if we combine it like this, let's see. Maybe I'm getting myself into something really hard, but hey, where is the harm in trying? And then another one here. I want the top, like the exit, to be circular. Or more or less circular. It doesn't have to be perfect, of course. But at least good enough. Still working on the same story, Mechtel. Just doing the inside of the tower now. Same tower we saw the fly on. That actually does not work very well. Well, it does cover up a small bit at least. Hola, Morty. Little creature. Although, I guess one of the questions would be, why is there light inside the tower without artificial light or anything? Bioluminescence. Always the answer. Always. Every unknown light source, bioluminescence. Which is the light goblin. So remember folks, if you ever have trouble drawing different sources of light, just blame the light goblins. It is their fault. The sky. That right there? The sky. Oh, and this one is tower inside. Is the fly tower? Yeah. The larvae are inside and they grow. They glow, yeah. No, it's light goblins. It's always the light goblins. Just a bunch of little freaks. Let me create soft lights. Fighting the light goblins by making my own light sources. I'll teach them. Okay, so we have the inside of the tower, which we can decorate later. I think I'm maybe using some bits of ossuaries. Ossuaries? Do I still have that here? No.
Ossuary.
Ossuary, yeah. Hard to pronounce. That's a hard one. Anyway, use a little bits from that to kind of decorate the insides and fill up some of the areas I don't like as much. Can use what we have as a base. Then have the fly. Just like flying around here, as flies do. And then we can have the dog barking, like covering this part here. And he's going bark. You know, like dog do. Just like dog do. That's a dog. They're barking. And the idea for this story, if you missed it before, is that this is told all from the perspective of this travel writer who's known to exaggerate and make up parts of his stories to kind of embellish them. And this part is believed to be completely made up, that nobody actually believed he met a huge fly monster. So nobody really examines the story too closely until these photos appear. And it turns out that he hid the photos because they didn't match his version of the story, where he actually like saves the day. Because in the photos it is shown that the dog is the one that saves the day. Oh, and of course there would be a light inside because there's a door. Silly me. You know how doors do. We don't have to blame this one on the light goblins. Also, the fun thing about this photo, since it's meant to be taken from the ground, as the guy is kind of disoriented and trying to capture like evidence of what happened, I guess. We can like twist it and make it feel like it's out of focus and all that good stuff. Just like an improvised photo and not something that was staged or prepared. Hold on, is that a pumpkin with an ass? Oh, that's Jenna's, isn't it? That's very good. I didn't know that was an emote now. Okay, so let's do, I think I've been live for 3.5 hours. I'm getting fairly tired. Let's do the ossuary bits. Like kind of decorate the inside, and then maybe the fly. It's just meant to be a silhouette more than anything, so we can probably find something. But yeah, let's do that. At least the ossuary part, if we can find good images, and then we'll leave it in that for the day. Let's go to, I think Unsplash had some good pictures of ossuaries. Is that how you write it? Well, I knew there were some, but they're maybe not like tagged as ossuary. Here's one. See, there were a bunch of them. I guess they're just not tagged as such. There's one here. There we go. The Bone Zone. Yeah, welcome to the Bone Zone. This right here? The Bone Zone. Crypt to Catacombs. Yeah, that might work as well. I'm downloading some of them twice. My memory. Hey, Oots, welcome. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. We're looking at bones. We are in the bone zone. Oh, here's the Paris Catacombs. Yeah, the Paris Catacombs will definitely have what we need. Oh, for sure. Nian, thank you so much for the follow. With this group of pictures, we've definitely exhausted all the catacombs and ossuaries and stuff. All those pictures, we've used them already. Now the problem is that this is seen as at a very steep angle. So not every picture will work. Many of them I will have to warp pretty heavily to make them work to the point where they would feel like flat. This one though, this one might work. Oop. There we go. Let's see, can I chain this together with itself? May not be the best, but we'll see. We'll kind of chain them together and see what it looks like, kind of roughly. Definitely with just this picture, it's gonna look very copy-pasted. Like we don't have enough information. Let's see, this one is taken at a steep angle as well. It's just sideways, but it could very well work. Something like this. Okay, so it definitely should be a combination of a few things. Can't be just the one texture. You know what? I might need to scour some deeper places for other catacomb images. I'm thinking that, hold on. Where is it? Pickroll. I think Pickroll, if I recall correctly, has some good pictures of Paris Catacomb. Hey RCH. Yeah, look at that. Ooh, what's up with this preview? What's up with this image? It is not right. Oh, interesting. These pictures are by Nadar. So okay, let me see. Let me just look him up on Google. And oh, that's swimming. Photographer. Do you guys recognize this guy? Because he took these pictures. Let me see if I find the turning one. Yeah, here it is. The autoportrait tournant. He was a pretty well-known photographer in France, towards the beginning of photography, really. So, pioneered many things. Mr. Facade, yep. I don't know why the previews of these pictures are so crunched. Strange. They should still work if the full pictures are not like weird like this. How do you write it? Oh, he spin. He for sure spin. Yeah, the previews here look alright, so that should not be a problem. The interesting thing about the Paris catacombs is that they were not found like this organization of bones was made way later when they were kind of rediscovered, and there was at that time there was like a huge like mania for exploring the Paris catacombs. Because it's sounded like, oh, they found this huge underground catacomb in below this enormous city. So a lot of people went exploring them, and it kind of became a tourist attraction. And some enterprising people, started arranging bones in walls and stuff and charging for visits. Go Tini, thank you so much. Going great. Looking at bones. Deep in the bone zone currently. Thinking my head out. Okay, Jesus, have a great night. I'm currently knee deep in the bone zone. I think this one might work. In any case, yeah, the Paris catacombs and these like bone piles were made way later as a tourist trap. A really old school tourist trap. A real 19th century tourist trap.
Que tengan una gran zona horaria para todos.
Una gran zona horaria. That's great. You have a great time zone as well. Thank you so much. Don't trap the tourists. Don't tell me what to do. Okay, this type of texture will probably work way better for an entire bone wall. The thing is that the skulls are sideways in this view, which I don't love. I would prefer a picture of this where, you know, it's taken from below or from above or something. But I think it might be the best we can get. In any case, I think I'll leave the ossuary part of this. Oh, hold on. I'll leave it for either next stream or out of stream, because there might be a lot of searching I need to do to find the right pictures. Yeah, the photos are very cool. If you want to see the whole collection, look up Nadar, N-A-D-A-R, Paris Catacombs, and you'll see the whole collection. And yeah, let's leave the ossuary part here. And let's do the fly. So I want to see if I can find a picture of a fly flying. Because I think most of the ones we'll find, it's like the fly on the ground or on a wall. And of course, if I look for fly, I'll get people jumping and pretending to fly, and planes. But it's kind of hard to capture a fly in flight, which might be a bit of a problem. This is a cool little bug. Is this the Alfredo stuff? Not specifically the Alfredo, but from the same series, yes. Oh, the USGS put their bug collection on Unsplash as well. I did not know that. Maybe it's recent. Let's do. This Flickr account is fantastic. Aaron Han, thank you so much for the follow. Let's see what kind of flies they got. What kind of flies you got? That's a flying spider. Don't lie to me. Oh, I was not in the browser view. There we go. Do Alfredo Tumblr sexy man? Maybe now that I have Tumblr, maybe we can make that real. I think this type of picture is the best I may get. Because they're just kind of suspended in mid-air, but still. This one might be cool. Let me give this one a try. Also, I keep leaning this way and being pretty much out of frame. I need to remember not to do that. And I put this in multiply. Tumblr now, yes. Since people are looking for ways to escape Twitter in seeing that it is now owned by a huge baby, I have indeed made a Tumblr. Do a quick thing here, and there we go. There. Babies at least have a chance of growing up. I love that. I don't love that picture. It was worth a try though, because it is a cool picture. Let's see, what other types of flies might you have? US Geological Survey bee inventory. They mostly have bees, as the name implies, but they have plenty of different bugs as well. So they are actually a really good source of bug pictures. There's also iNaturalist. Let's see. We'll look for Diptera. Oh, this is in Spanish. I mean, it's fine, but we put it in English. Where's English? English right above. What are these? What are these? Are those eyes? Hold on. Oh, okay, no. Those are just like strange little shining balls. Weird fellas. This is El Wiwi. What a wonderful little guy. Flies are cool. Like, there's honestly like a huge variety, and we tend to associate them with like house flies and stuff. Look at this huge fella. Look at this, look at that snoot. Oh, that's a fly larva with bioluminescence. Who said that? Who said before bioluminescence? There you go. There you go, one. Whoa. A crane fly. Look at those eyes. Wavy mucksucker. Honestly, who names these? What an asshole. Wavy mucksucker. Look at these eyes. Also, in case you didn't know, the ones with the big eye stalks Those are actually in several families of Diptera flies. They have started doing some like sexual selection for eye stalks. So the longer the eyes, the more attracted are the males to the females, the females to the males. I don't know which sense it goes in. So they started like essentially this like silly competition for eye stalks, and it gets to this huge, like this ridiculous limit. The thing is that the eye stalks, as silly as it sounds, are actually a good indicator that the fly is like a capable individual, because to grow this huge and unnecessary eye stalks, you need to, you know, the longer they are, usually the more you've been feeding, and essentially the better fly you are, or the more effective fly you are. So it actually does have a purpose, but it's still like silly, like unnecessary selection. So whenever you see ones with eye stalks, that's why. Flies are silly. Look at this one. For you fly haters over here. Any fly haters in the chat? One had a big ass? Oh, that might have been a while ago though. Oh! What a dump truck. I love it. Why is everyone so mean to me? Oh, and then there are pretty mosquitoes. They're still, you know, mosquitoes and assholes, but still pretty. This one's just grabbing onto like a tiny, tiny leaf or blade of grass. It's like barely hanging on. Where Mario's ass went. Also, yes, I am aware I got distracted of the main mission here, which is looking for a pretty regular like bot fly in flight. It's still like, look at these eye stalks. Yeah, baby, you know this guy fucks with those big eyes. Look at the little beard. So cute. Drop a link to this in the chat? Yeah, sure. Oh no! No! You're watching murder! Murder! Will he escape? No! No! A story... Oh no, a story in 6 images. A sad story. Okay, this one might actually work. I didn't even like filter by or some rights reserved. Okay, attribution. It could be usable. Yeah! Look at those eye stalks. Yeah, baby. Okay. Butterflies, you read it like this? Yeah. Hold on. Here. So we view the observations, so we don't mind the quality grade, and we do photo licensing, free ones. Let's see, this one will actually work quite well. I was thinking of blowflies, actually. Let me look for blowflies. What do you call them? Yeah? No. There. Yeah, those are the ones. Let's filter by photo licensing, any quality, because I don't mind if it's a mildly blurry picture, as long as it's in flight. Or something that looks like it could be in flight. What? Hold on. Where are the green butterflies here? I think someone just wanted to show off their Star Wars comic. Which, like, cool. Cool comic, dude. This one in a Google Drive folder. No, you want to see wee-wees? Hold on. You want to see wee-wees? True weevils, baby. Here come the boys. This one has a little heart on top. Oh, there's ticks. Oh my god, look at this fancy weevil. Fancy decorative weevil. Multicolored weevil. Look at them, so pretty. A weevil on top of the, very meta, top of the iNaturalist page. Weevils are like the guys ever. Ghost Siren, welcome. We're looking at weevils. We have gotten distracted from our goal for a minute, but hang on with us, because where else are you gonna look? Are you gonna see these snouty boys? Welcome, Ghost Raid. How was your stream? Like, aren't these the cutest bugs? I love them so much. They can get big too. Look at this big weevil. But not a snout. This one is not one of the snouty variety. The snouts definitely vary. You go from like short ones to even like really short ones to, I would call this one intermediate, and then you got like silly, like huge snouts. Oh, look at this! This one looks like bark. What a cool adaptation. Like some fear therapy. Hell yeah! Yeah, I'm having a good stream. Making some art. We've done some writing and now we're just looking for weevils for a minute. like you do. I'm seeing if we'll find any of the super long snout ones. Also, my challenge to you, or my request to you, is that you go to the Discord. Go to the Good Vibes channel and please fill it with the coolest weevils you can find. Like, look at this fella. Fill it with the cutest weevils. So I want to see weevils. There's even a weevil roll you can get on the Discord. Wow. Look at this shiny... Look at that shiny snout. That is one snoot if I've ever seen one. Yes, yes, that's the ones I was talking about. Look at that snout. Just amazing. You gotta collect all the weevil cards, yes. Yes, acorn weevils. So if you've never seen these guys, they will go to an acorn. They'll usually specialize in one type of nut or seed. So they'll drill into the seed, deposit their eggs, and then the eggs will develop as larvae and then leave through that little hole, that little opening they left for them. So if you've seen, for example, if you've eaten a hazelnut or an acorn or anything like that, and you've seen a little hole in them and the inside looks like kind of rotten, that's because a weevil infected it. That's the whole deal. And one day, if I can find a way to make these guys look creepy and not cute, I'd love to make a weevil megalomorpha. Killing baby trees? Hey, have you never eaten a seed? Come on. Come on. Look, here's one. Right after the crime. Oh, look at this one showing off. Go no further. Anyways, yeah, please send me all your weevil pics. The roundest of lads. Yes. He is drilling into a little nut / seed. Anyway, we were actually looking for flies, believe it or not, before our little weevil escapade. So let's keep looking for flies. Okay, where were we? Here, blowflies. Thank you so much, Ghost. You have a fantastic time zone. And thanks again for the raid. Okay, so I'm specifically seeing if I can find a fly flying, doing its thing, you know? Or at least the one that's suspended in a position that could look like flying. And not like it's just perching on a wall. Because this picture is going to be of it just flying away. And I'm just going to need a silhouette. Hey! Kaleeclipse, hey, you've been here just a while ago. How are you doing? Welcome back. Thank you so much for the raid. What were you streaming? we're looking at flies. Looking for an image that can possibly be a fly flying. This one is not bad. Then again, not great. The problem with images of bugs is that you'll mostly see the images of the bugs in like stationary, not really flying, because those are really hard to capture. So that's what you'll usually get, and that is what I'm getting. I'm thinking the only decent one I got is the botfly from before. So let's see. Let's say goodbye to the weevils. Go back here, because this seems to be the only one that actually looks good. Solo TTRPG and drawing images. Nice. Fetus dies and a hedgehog made of daggers. I love that. All this flying. Okay. Now we're actually going back to Photoshop for a minute. We're putting this on multiply. And since it's meant to work as a silhouette like this, I don't think there's a big problem with it. I think it works fairly well. Bobby, thank you so much for the follow. So let's do blur. Where is it? Motion blur. The cat is sleeping so much today. I'll definitely, like, if he doesn't wake up before the stream, since it's his last day here, I'll briefly wake him up so you guys can say bye to him. The little kitty is right there, but mostly covered by the table. Doctor's orders? That sounds good, Kale. Thank you so much for the raid and for propping back up. Hope I see you in the next one. Have a good night. Okay, so we got our fly. And we don't even need to do the skulls since, you know. Oh, it's, by the way, for the raiders, this is what the fly actually looks like up close. But this is an image of it just flying away. This is kind of the end of the confrontation between the fly and the protagonist of the story. Oh my god, oh, I wish I could show the cat to you better, because he is doing the silliest of positions right now. Look at him. Just like a mess of limbs. Here he is. Slightly wake him up. Marty? Marty? He is very sleepy. Just a sleepy boy. Hey. Hold on, I think he might be waking up. Save this as it is and show you the cat. Picking him up will take a second. Oh my god, he's extremely warm. His body temperature is extremely high. Oh, he's purring. He's purring. He's a very sleepy boy right now. He was just half awake when I got him. Can you hear the purrs? Hold on. Oh, he's smelling the mic. Caught a smell in the mic. Oh, loco pusho. He loves to scratch himself against my beard. I think it feels to him like a cat tongue or something. He's even like not. Oh, there he goes. He usually hates being picked up, but he was so sleepy that he didn't really care. Look at him. Oh, the sleepiest of boys. He is extremely this is after he's sleeping. I always notice this. His body temperature just goes up so high. It's crazy. I don't know how, like, I guess it's because of the not having hair thing, where there's no heat isolation, so he just, like, he needs to have his body temperature really high in order to, you know, just not lose as much heat, compensate for the lost heat, I guess. He's a little wrinkle goblin. Yes, his name is Morty, by the way, if you haven't met him before. He's not my cat, I'm just taking care of him for a couple weeks. Oh, there he goes, off to a new adventure. I think. No clue where he's going. I have no idea what he's doing. He's like smelling around. He's very cute, but yeah, also really chaotic. If you missed it at the beginning of the stream, yesterday while I was distracted, I was outside the room. I wasn't here. Something fell, I think, far away. So when I was distracted, I was in another room. The cat jumped on top of this. You can just do that on a single jump, and then from there try to jump on the top of this, which is just a little bit further above there. And he's been trying to do that since he got here, because it's the highest point in the room, so obviously he would want to get there. But obviously that is way too narrow, so obviously I've tried to stop him every time he tried to jump in there. But yesterday, it slipped my attention, and while I was out of the room, he did it. And obviously, with the strength of the jump and his weight, he toppled that onto the wall right there and made a dent on the wall. I'm renting, so it's especially annoying, and broke one of the. You see that little corner there, those like sound dampener things. So yeah, little chaotic beast. Can't blame him, just wants to get to the highest place, but it was bound to happen. Are you on the island? I am on the island, yes. I'm in the Canary Islands currently. But yeah, he is chaotic. Hold on. He doesn't love being picked up, but he usually excuses it if he's tired. And What is he doing? Yeah, this. He's really clumsy right now. He tried to step down from the table. Nearly fell. I just caught him as he was stumbling. Poor little guy. I'm gonna open the door for him because his food and water is outside this room. So I'll let him like wander around a little bit as I finish the stream. Be right back. He did not actually want to get out. So joke's on me. He was just wistfully looking at the door, I guess. Just pack all the dents, no landlords need to know. Yeah, I'll definitely like, I mean, this room, as you can see by the edges there and all around me, I filled it with sound stuff, soundproofing stuff. I assume some part of the wall is gonna break as I remove it whenever we move out. So I've basically made my peace with the fact that before moving out, I'm just gonna have to repaint the room and that there's no way around that. So yeah, I've made my peace with that and I don't mind. And then for that little dent, I'll just fill it up and then paint over. And it'll make no difference. So yeah, it's fine. Yeah, the cat is just sleeping somewhere else now, so I guess he wasn't that awake before. But I did still want to like show him off on stream for a second before he leaves. Put this there. Little fly boy. But yeah, I think we'll leave it at that for tonight because it's getting pretty late and we've done, just to show ya, we've done this, then we've started this one, it's not finished, we've done this one and this other village one, which will load in a minute. There it is. Not meant to be too visible, just like, oh, the village priests hanging out, posing for a photo. But yeah, it's all meant to be like backstory to this one. And yeah, we'll leave it at that though. The cat is now actually asking to live, but I'll do it in a second. Thank you, Snake. The hats are very important. Having a weird hat. It's getting pretty late, says the creature of the night. Yeah, pretty late for me, which is 5:30 a.m. Typically I'll finish at like around 6 something, but not after resetting my inner clock, because I get a little bit more tired after that. I've been trying to reset my clock for the last week, basically. But yeah, y'all, I hope you have a fantastic day or fantastic time zone wherever you are, and I will see you, if all goes well, if my sleep doesn't like crash and burn once again. See you on Wednesday. I don't know exactly what we'll do, we'll figure it out as we go. Y'all, I hope you have a great one. See you soon.